I will call the Tuesday, May 6th, Osage County Commission meeting to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So for roll call, there is Commissioner Smith, Commissioner Cooter, and County Clerk Michelle Morris. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I need to add a PO for maintenance. Quote.
Is that also, the quotes maintenance also?
Yeah, that's what it. District court, a server budget item. And 15-minute attorney-client privilege. I don't know, like, office you want to put it, or it's going to be clerk, Landon, appraiser. And Josh will be in anytime now.
Oh, he's coming today, okay. Okay. And Brandon, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then, Michelle, I was gonna see if we can just get an update on meeting minutes and what we need to do to get that going. So we can just put it wherever. Okay, so nothing needs to be taken off. Okay. Okay, well, I would need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Wait a second.
Well, okay, I'll do that again. So I'd need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. There you go.
All right, are there any public comments? Anyone here for public comment? All right. Any correspondence to commission? Okay. No unfinished business? All right, we will start with John Griffin with an appropriation request. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Griffin. I'm Patrick Gardner. I'm the CFO at COF Trade Services. Patrick is the CEO.
And we're just here to ask for our annual request for appropriation funds of $34,332. That's been the same. We have not asked for an increase on that over the years. So currently we operate in Coffee, Osage, and Franklin County. We have a building in Osage City. So we serve adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We do that through residential day targeted case management, and then actually are doing shared living as well too in our Osage County area right now as well too. Serve roughly about 54 individuals, adults in all of those combined programs
In Osage.
in Osage, and then 19 staff that we employ in Osage County as well too. And then we operate 2 group homes in Osage City and a 3-bedroom group home for residential living.
In Osage, the 19 staff, it's a salary of $942,000. Our starting wage, the lowest we pay is $15 an hour. And starting can be up to $21 an hour. We have the 8-bed group homes are 24 hours a day. So overnight, people start at $21. We have full insurance too, and a CAPERS program for the retirement. We also do work. The clients do work in our 3 buildings. We pay the clients in total $64,000 a year for the work that they do.
Pretty good return on investment if we're just putting 34,000.
What else?
I think that's about it. We would love to have you come to Osage City and see our spot too. So.
Do you have anything to submit to the clerk for
I
that?
did, you have a formal letter, yes.
Okay.
Oh, did we send
Okay, great.
that in? You were talking about it, do you want
If there's anything you
Or
want.
you can just email it, whichever's easiest.
How much do you charge for the tours of the new office space over there?
Nothing.
No?
We would love anybody that wants to come out and see it. Obviously, we had done that remodel about 2 years ago to the old Dollar General Building, the Napa Building there in Osage City. People might recognize it as that. It's a beautiful space for our individuals. They were going to Burlington
Right.
for a number of years, so we were transporting them every day to Burlington. And part of our final rule through CMS was really getting them integrated and included in their towns. And so it was really important for us to continue to have them in that space in Osage City and Osage County. So that's really been the push and why we chose to make that investment. So.
Yeah. It's a great
Any other
idea.
questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, well, if you've submitted what you need to the clerk,
Okay.
that's what we need. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
Thank you guys for your time
Thank
today.
you.
All right, Dione Wilson. Do I have a Dione Wilson here?
Hmm.
Melbourne Fair. Is there a Mona Lynch?
The Mona Lynch.
Yes, my name is actually Mona Lisa Litt. Lisa, that's okay.
Okay, well, it says this already.
Well, I just wanted to start out this morning thanking you for letting me be here and allowed to speak on behalf of the Melbourne Sunflower Fair Days. The mission of our fair is to have a safe, reliable, affordable, fun activity in a clean environment. And we feel like over the years that we've been able to accomplish that. I want to thank you for the funding that you gave us for the 2024 fair that we had. It was deeply appreciated. We were kind of the first time we've applied for it for a while. We didn't realize that we still could apply for it after we finished the 4-H fairs. So I want to thank Michelle Morris for her patience and kindness in helping us work through that process. And we do appreciate the money that you gave us last year for the fair. And we will be again using it this year to help with the fair going forward.
Was there a time period you weren't receiving money?
Yes, there was. I think it was, we stopped like in 2016, something like
When you
that.
guys stopped doing the animals and started transitioning to a different type of fair.
Fair,
Oh.
yeah.
Because it's been in the budget.
We just didn't know.
That's weird. But they've not been receiving it?
They didn't request it.
We didn't know that we had to request it. The person that did the 4-H fairs, he was always the one that requested the money
Right.
because it was a 4-H fair. Well, then when that went away, we didn't know that he did that. And so we just didn't know. And Randy Kirkpatrick went to one of the mayor's summits and he heard about it, came back, told us about it, and so then contacted Michelle and she helped us get started with that. So, yeah, we have a community of 350 people to low to moderate income families. And so it's hard to keep asking everybody within the community for funding for things. But with that being said, we do have a lot of, we get sponsorships. We send out a sponsorship letter to community businesses and then surrounding businesses, which are very kind to support to help the efforts. That money's along with what we raised during the fair help offset our cost. So we do $5 armbands. We have inflatables that come in, and we feel that for our low-income families, that's affordable for everybody. And we do have people from all over come in. Last year, we even had some people from out the lake come in for it, as well as from Emporia. They had heard some and came down. By the looks of things, everybody had a really good time. We have a great participation by our community. They either help us in donating what I call kind of like work in kind, where they don't actually give us money. But they pay for, like, the city pays for the electricity, helps with the porta pots, the trash cleanup. We have other people that will, one of the T-Berry's ice cream, he will give like $10 gift certificates for drawing at the kids' races. So we get a lot of community support from that. We've switched gears. This, in 2026, will be our 155th Sunflower Days. A lot of things have changed since that time, from having picnic areas and stuff to we've had to draw away from the carnival rides. They're just way too expensive for our community. So we do inflatables. We've done those for the last 3 years. It's not quite the same feel as a carnival ride, but the kids have a great time, and parents have a great time watching the kids. And we have them at the banquet at the same time, so we have people that come back home before the event. A lot of our events are free or sponsored by organizations. We do like bingo, homemade ice cream, kids games. On the kids games, we have those on Saturday morning. Each child that participates, if they get first place, they get a quarter. If they get second place, they get 50 cents, and if they get third place, they get 75 cents. At the end, every child is given a ticket, and then we draw for 3 bikes according to the age category, and they can put their number and what bike they would like. So that's something kind of fun for them. That's also where we gave away the ice cream gift certificates for that. The inflatables that we have, they come in and they give us, or they donate the generators to us. So that saves us $500 there. So on our sponsorship, we have like the gold, the silver, and the bronze. And according to where people come back in and support, they get listed on a banner that lists their company name or their individual names. Since we will be using the fair money that we received last year's fair this year, we would like to put the county's name on that for this banner, if that's okay with you guys.
Should be.
So, I think one of the biggest activities that we have is bingo. People love the bingo. We have free entertainment, we have a parade, and we do the senior stand, which allows the seniors to come in, incoming seniors to come in and sell food. And that helps them with their senior trips and stuff. We have like the funnel cakes are done by another school organization, and that's just, again, they charge $5, and that goes back to support their activities. Fire department puts on a splash and play. Kids, you get out in the street and play in the water, and 2 years ago it was extremely hot, so that was really enjoyed by them. This year's fair is June 20th and 21st. We invite you to come in and check it out if you'd like. We'd love to have you. We'd love to have your feedback. Any new ideas are great ideas. So, do you have any questions for me?
I don't think so.
Oh, the one thing I forgot to say is that our estimated cost for 2026 will be $13,500, and we are requesting a donation of $3,500 to help offset our cost. And anything we get is appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you.
Are you Dion?
I'm Dion.
All right, I'm gonna let Dion Wilson. You wanna come on up? I skipped over you earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, it's just kind of the order it was in, so you came at just the right time.
Can I hand out brochures? Okay.
Thank you.
I think was our funding request included in their agenda packet today? I made copies
It was
of
not,
that.
but I do have the formal request.
Okay, let me give you a picture copy of that then too.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Dion Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of the Resource Center for Independent Living. Thanks for having us back again this year. Osage County has supported our efforts for years and years, but I always like to come and give an update about the big things that have been happening lately. RCIL has an additional county that's been added to our core service area. We have 16 counties that we provide our core services in, and those are listed in the brochure. Last year, the state of Kansas and the other centers for independent living asked us to add Shawnee County to our core service area, which is a big lift for us. So that was exciting, and along with that, we celebrated our 40th anniversary last year, which I think speaks to how we've been able to ride the waves of funding and things that have impacted how we provide programs and services for people with disabilities. Last year, during our most recently completed grant reporting year, we documented 1,700 individuals that received services from this company-wide. 36 of those were Osage County residents. Doesn't fully represent all the people we serve, because you can see below that with our equipment loan program, we loaned out just to Osage County residents 320 pieces of medical equipment, and we received 117 pieces of donated equipment. That medical equipment loan program has really continued to just be steady with the people that come in and access us. That's a service we provide free of charge. We loan out wheelchairs, shower benches, commodes, crutches, those knee walkers. People really like to borrow those knee walkers. I borrowed one myself. And it's a great service. If people just need to borrow that equipment for a temporary rehab or while they're figuring out what they need long-term too, it saves a lot of money, and we're super proud of that. Company-wide, looks like we built one ramp last year. I don't know that we had any applications for our Build a Ramp program from Osage County residents last year, so I wanted to take this opportunity to remind people that that program is available. We raise funds to build ADA compliant ramps onto people's homes, but also we have available for loan, again, free of charge, portable aluminum ramps that people can borrow in case, lots of times people won't be released from hospitals if there isn't a ramp on their house, and so it's kind of a quick alternative to get people home until they can make permanent arrangements to have a ramp built onto their house. I did provide some other program data with some other numbers. I know a lot of people like the numbers, not me so much, but I did also want to point out that our other big service that we provide, which is essentially payroll services for home caregivers, has grown by about 35% in the last year and 9 months. We've increased to providing that service to 1,250 individuals. So we do weekly payroll for about, it's not quite 1,200 home caregivers. So that has really expanded. I choose to believe that happens because we provide great service. And people choose us to provide it, and it's so crucial for those individuals to be able to avoid moving into nursing facilities to get that same care that they can get in their own home. So, can I answer any questions about RCIL?
When did you say you took over the Shawnee County
Last
area?
summer.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that positive or negative?
Well, things happened, and there was a center that had been serving up there for a long time, forever. And then they were no longer serving Shawnee County for whatever reason. And, you know, RCIL has always had an office up there because we provided some other ancillary services. We provided services to the older blind population at one point. We were a grantee for assistive technology for Kansas. When we provided case management, we had several case managers that worked up there. So we've always had this presence in Shawnee County, but now it's just much bigger. And along with that came an increase in our grant from the state. And it also opened a door for us to receive federal funding. Now, what's going to happen to that, I don't know. But hopefully it will remain intact, and then we'll be able to access some of those things that federally funded centers for independent living have been able to access that we hadn't to this point because we hadn't had the federal funding, just the state funding. So So as far as good and bad, I'm gonna see it as a great thing.
Right.
Because again, I know we provide great service, and now we're just gonna be able to expand our reach that way.
Sure.
It hasn't been met without its challenges. Staffing is hard, but we're growing, and they're working hard up there because, that's an urban area compared to all of our other communities that we provide service in are considered rural or semi-urban. But Topeka's, it's just different than some of the other places where we're at in Iola and Emporia and El Dorado. That's where we have our other satellite offices. So, yeah. So for now,
Yeah.
it's good.
Sounds exciting anyway
It
with
is. It's growth, I think, is a good thing.
the, yeah. And there might be some economic opportunities too, like you mentioned there, so.
For sure. We just are really invested in providing good, meaningful things what people need in order to live independently.
Yeah.
Find employment, find housing, find transportation, getting access to medical care, all of those things, and trying to do it. We're used to operating those, especially those grant programs, on a shoestring budget. Doing it effectively and within our budgets, and as a nonprofit, we get to focus on the mission as long as we keep the
And
funds
it
coming in.
seems like you got a lot of employees too. I mean, it's like,
We do. In Osage City, I know it's more obvious because that's where the majority of our employees work. But doing that weekly payroll for over 1,100 home caregivers, it takes that many people because those systems are complicated within the Medicaid waivers. So there are lots of rules, which is good. Well, thanks again for considering our request. We always appreciate anything that the county can offer to us so that we can continue our work and use those funds for that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Very
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. We have Tricia Webb, Land Development Event Permit. Good morning.
Didn't make you guys copies since I sent it in. We have an application for a fireworks display for graduation party.
Is it within a city limit or county limit?
Oh, there's the address, so, okay.
Are you telling me I shouldn't be shooting fireworks off out in the county, out in the country?
Well, the state passed a new law that you can sell them year round.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I saw that recently. Was that the first of the year, or was that start June? Does it say when it was effective? Because there's something that's.
Hi. Apologize for my tardiness and my anti-tire. It's been a morning.
Somebody gets stuck on us at a gas line.
Josh hasn't made it yet.
See, you're
I
not
was
the.
gonna make this big speech about taking the bullet for him, but since he's always late.
Yeah. You still beat them.
That's crazy. What if we move the meetings to 9:30 if you'd be on time? No.
Fireworks display for graduation party.
Gotcha. You guys see any issues?
No.
So need a motion to approve the special event application for fireworks show for a graduation. type 5.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carried. Says commissioners, do you need all of ours? Okay.
Showed up just in time to sign stuff.
Yeah, perfect.
Good job.
Heather, you're rolling this thing, you want to continue?
Oh, you can take over the reins.
Okay.
Do we have to do anything
Good
official?
morning, everyone. High five, fist bump.
I move that Chairman Holman take over the meeting.
So where did we get to? I said we
Tricia.
got down to land development.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Wells, is he in the house? No.
Send a message though.
Okay, Ryan, you're next on the list.
The next contestant.
This is a follow-up, for last week where we went over the pumps and stuff. Where we're still doing the point-to-point, but they've taken the more expensive one off the we wanted. There wasn't much price difference, but still as the point-to-point, this is the Atlas system. And what we need to do is pay a 25% of the general fund to get everything ordered. They said probably 8 weeks to get everything rounded up together. They're thinking that they're only gonna have the unlimited in one day, so there won't be much issues with that. So I figured I was like, one day we can work with, because I wanted to make sure that we weren't gonna be down for weeks.
Right.
And what we'll do is, I said, coordinate it with me, because I will have an electrician available just in case we need to do any kind of rewiring.
Yeah.
So everything should be pretty standard, just running on the same electricity bank, but there could be adding a little bit of conduit and stuff like that.
Right.
So this is for the submersible pump, where it's going to be the force system. And I have the PO with me. I was wondering if you want my signature on the PO, but coming out of the general fund, or
Yeah, you're the one issuing it.
okay, here is the 25%. That has the listing of stuff. It has concrete written in there, would be extra. What we're gonna do is do it just like we build our own base that attaches to the concrete. We're not gonna go put in the concrete thing because it's already protected.
So you get a
It's
precast
worked this way for
Yeah.
years, so we're gonna keep it the same. So once he gets the base in and gives me the correct measurements, we're gonna just use uneven wire and steel and build it together
Yep.
and have a nice base to attach.
And this will last a really long time.
The last one near as I could figure out was 14 when they had switched over the last time.
It's really good 10, 11 years out of it.
Yeah.
That's pretty good for fuel system.
Especially with the way unleaded is very corrosive on the turbine fins on the suction pumps and stuff. It does eat those fins a lot, so. We're just getting to the point now where it's not upgradable. We're gonna lose our controls soon. I'm still getting the red flash down when I look at the laptop now that says the system is obsolete, basically. It gives a big long thing of what's all wrong. So right now it's still working currently, so I figured we better move forward as quickly as possible.
Get it fixed before it has to be fixed.
Yes.
So I assume in the general fund, this would come out of equipment reserve? Or which
I
one
think
better suited for
when he asked if it could come out of courthouse.
the courthouse general?
Isn't that what you said?
It would just be a general fund.
'Cause everybody's using it.
Because everybody's
Because
using
all the
it.
departments are using it. So he was asking that it not
Right,
come out of
but
the.
Yeah, I'm not really sure 101s there was, that is just the number that we use for the account for the general fund, so
Okay.
whatever that was.
001-20-5200.
Is that courthouse fund?
Sound, sound,
Do you have contractuals or commodities?
Well, I think commodity.
yeah, probably commodities. It's what?
5,300?
53.
At least that's what I remember you asking last time.
Yeah, I wasn't sure on that one, so.
Yeah, and that's why I just want to make sure we've got the proper on there. so. Okay, well, with that being said, if there's no further questions, we'll need a motion to approve purchase order number 4095 in the amount of $10,288.96. This is 25% down for the ordering of unleaded pump, fuel island control pedestal, labor and new piping for tank sump to be paid to Double Check out of 001-20-5300.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. That back. Thank you. There you are, sir.
Thompson's Bridge today.
Oh, no kidding. Nice. So we got that worked out?
Yes. There were some things that were added.
Get it all worked out then?
It'll be a full day, full install,
Yeah.
out of dirt quality, so kind of split some people around. Went from there.
I was trying to help you out and do a little research on those gas pump deals, but it was just striking out everywhere.
Yeah. They had, and he's used to using his Hutchinson crew, so who I've been dealing with is going to use his own instead of the Manhattan ones. Manhattan usually comes down, works on ours, but he's gonna have the guys that he closely works with
Yeah.
install, so there's nothing to cost. I think that's gonna work the best.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
No, thank you.
He's here for something.
See, Mr. Wells.
He just stepped out.
Mr. Wells, if you'd like to join us.
How you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
It's fine, just anytime.
We got 3 different bids. The cheapest bid was out here at Sleuth. There was the cheapest bid, so.
What's that for?
Lawnmower.
Do we not know that from you? Maintenance doesn't. Have they ever? I don't know.
We can, well, I think the main deal was the snow blower. Or snow.
It's for an additional mower?
It's got, yeah, it's a mower and a snow blower attached to it. It's, so basically we have a maintenance guy up there and we're doing the mow and all that. I don't want you to come out here, taking that thing up there back and forth, or you can store it there at the annex or wherever you want to do it.
I'd rather share a mower.
Well,
You can drive it down South Drive Highway.
yeah, and, I mean, these guys already get a lot of work out of what they've currently got, and it's a lot for them to keep up, so I don't disagree with having through your
It doesn't matter,
facility.
it would obviously be more convenient for it to be there, with the snow blowing and the mowing and all that, plus, I know, you can test how much snow blowing you do out here. For us to this year, just because it's new. No one knew who was gonna do the snow removal. The city did it some, the county did it some, I think we did it some.
Yeah, most of it.
So, we had 3 entities doing the snow removal.
Is your heart absolutely set on the grasshoppers?
Is it new?
Just because I want you to know that.
Those are super nice, but super expensive.
That's just what I've always used.
Yeah.
That's what these are.
It's-
That's what I'm familiar with.
Right. The only reason I ask is we run X marks, and they're considerably less than this, and we love them.
They're
Do they have snow blower attachments?
I believe you can get them for that,
I'd
yeah.
be happy to research
Is
that.
that for the
For sure.
sidewalks?
Yeah, we did the
The
sidewalks.
parking lot obviously has to have something else.
Well,
I hate to hold you
what
up,
we would
you've done
do
your
is-
diligence, but
No, and that's fine, I don't mind doing research, it's not something we do today. The entrance to the Sally Port, we have to keep that clear, because we're doing transfers all the time. So we just go over that, just to get it out of there, and just put it as a-
They sell those X marks down south also, don't they? Yeah,
So we can, I can get bids for whatever you want,
yeah.
I knew the grasshopper, I'm familiar with them.
Yeah.
That's all.
It's a nice machine.
I love grasshoppers, they're just super expensive.
That's, and again, that's what I'm familiar with, so, I don't know if you like it at all.
I like them with the attachments.
Are they?
I priced a sprayer last week and it was
It's just
$6,000.
super, they're really nice.
yeah, they were nice.
We just have the one big mower, right,
Right.
for the county? Yeah.
That was the other reason I love grasshoppers, because I think we had a grasshopper already, so I didn't know if we wanted to.
Sure, attachments.
Hard to do that, whatever, I don't know how you want to work it, but again, I'm good with whatever you want to do, I'm gonna get bids for, I didn't know Exmark did snow blower attachments.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if they, I'm not 100% sure, I just sent a message to my guy that we deal with just to see if they do, but I don't want you to have to go back out and do more work, you've obviously done your diligence, and you got 3 separate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me at all, I'm trying to get, because it also comes with like a.
Yeah.
thing.
That's right.
Blade.
Blade, yes.
They're
I'd
not
really
super
prefer
expensive, but-
something else, or you know, the tar waters. They have refurbished grasshoppers, because we've looked at them up there too, or they completely redo them.
I just don't like getting into buying used equipment or refurbished equipment, I mean, these are something that's gonna be used a lot, it has to be dependable.
How old's the other one we have?
Well, 380 hours on it. Well, matter of fact, on the budget, I was going to propose it for 25, 26, that we look upgrading to a diesel.
If you trade them in around that 400-hour mark, you get pretty good trade-in on those grasshoppers.
But we were looking at going to a newer diesel model, water cooled, because they'll run forever.
Yeah, yeah,
And they're heavier too.
yeah.
Yeah, and we did have, running into a little bit of problems with our dozer blade, push blade for snow and the snow blower, because ours is a little light. So getting traction was a little bit more than, the city has a bigger model.
Yeah.
And they don't have any problems with the snow blower or the blade.
Mhm.
Yeah, and he said that Exmark does not have it.
I didn't know if they did or not, I just thought with that belly, because most of them are belly mowers, aren't
Yeah.
Yeah, mid-mount, yeah, so, and the
The other thing I
front,
was telling him was, I know up at Tar Waters and maybe other places,
they? That's where I bought mine.
they have refurbished ones, which also, you might still get something fairly new, but maybe not, might be better priced if they're we've looked at them up there, we can't afford them, but we look at them.
yeah, the grasshoppers are real expensive. My experience was with them, if you know, we ran a lot of mowing with them, so every 2 or 3 years, you try to trade one off and get one back in. You get pretty good trade-in that way. I don't know what you'd get for a trade-in if you got a refurbished, you know.
I don't know, and I don't know if they've got warranties on the
Yeah.
refurbished items, I know that they.
That might be a drive it till it breaks
I
deal.
think Tar Waters is a pretty good company
I
that
agree.
takes,
We've actually purchased
we
one from
really
them before.
like them.
We used to, when I was younger, sorry, get a little.
Yeah, yeah.
We used to do the contracts, several contracts with the lakes, and we used those, and the big cost of mowers.
Yeah.
And between the two, never had a problem with the grasshopper.
Yeah, well, they got the shaft drive attachments on the front, which you get a lot more PTO to it.
All different sensors are right there where you can.
Yeah, yeah, serviceable,
It's very sure.
powerful deck.
Right.
Um,
That was, like, very happy when I came out, it makes it a lot easier to change blades and,
Right.
yeah.
And this, I mean, with this quote, they're already knocking $6,000 off of this.
It's very in line,
So that's
yeah,
pretty.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
Yeah.
not crazy. It's just the attachments are super expensive for grasshoppers. But you can't, you can't make your own.
Well,
Right.
I can't justify buying a truck with a snowplow.
Right.
And then I know Road and Bridge, you know how busy they are in their snow, and I know how busy he is in their snow getting this snow. Just trying to figure out the best solution.
I feel like you're on
Open
it.
as quick as we can.
Yeah, I think it's necessary for sure.
I know they're expensive, but.
You have any other questions, any issues with it? Heather, any other questions?
No, I prefer if we could look for something maybe refurbished and see how it goes.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and ask for a motion to approve, and if it dies, then go back out with further stuff. If there's nothing further, I will ask for a motion to approve the purchase order 4039 in the amount of $19,834 for the purchase of a Model 729T 61-inch Grasshopper Drift Buster snow blower and snow performance package to be paid to Sloop Sales and Hooks Repair, Inc. from the LEC fund.
So moved.
I'll second that motion. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. You don't have to, you didn't.
I can put no on it. I can do something. I'll put no with a smiley face.
Appreciate this one.
Under protest.
Oh, very good.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to start that conversation. I talked to the lady, she said she'd be happy to come out and answer any questions you might have. That's for the Kansas Police and Fire insurance. What comes with that's also life insurance. Obviously, it's a risky job, and it comes with a lot of life insurance policy that goes with it. And the retirement's obviously a better retirement plan. It's possible.
It's 24% on the employer side compared to like 9 or something.
Yeah, it does cost more for sure.
And that 24% goes in the CAPERS fund, it doesn't go in the individual accounts either, which I think is a CAPERS system.
It's the same entity, Capers and Caping that we're both.
Yeah.
And that's that lady that comes out of talk, if you would, I can schedule, she just wants a date and time. She's from Capers, like it's her stuff, but she would be happy to come out and visit and answer any questions or anything like that. I just know if we want to, basically the deadline's December 1st, it has to be a decision.
I read the overview, I kind of got the
And
basics
then
of
it
it.
would take effect January 1st, so that's kind of their deadlines. So if we're interested in doing it this year, it has to be done by December 1st, if not, then it's December 1st of 2026, or whatever.
And you would see this as a potential benefit for bringing in new hires and retaining what you
This
have.
would be huge for us to retain and to bring in hires. There are a couple surrounding counties that have it currently, like Coffee County, and that's how they can compete. We're never gonna compete with the wages of the surrounding
Right.
counties. We're never gonna compete Shawnee County, we're never gonna compete Franklin County, or Lathrop, any of those. We're not getting close to Lathrop or any of those, obviously. We never will. There's nothing we can do. If we raise pay, they raise pay. It's never ending battle. What this does is it provides a service that a lot of other counties don't have, that is an incentive to keep people long-term to be able to retire.
Mhm.
Because it is a really good retirement, and the life insurance policy on it is really good too, in case something happens. It's nothing more than retaining and being able to get quality deputies here
Mhm.
long-term.
So you don't lose your investments on your staff, you put,
We just lost a huge amount of stuff. I mean, it's
Yeah.
25 years.
Right.
Which
Mhm.
that's gonna be impossible to replace.
I definitely don't have any issues with allowing her to come down. Do you guys have any heartache and?
No, I'd like to hear,
attend a
I'd like to
meeting?
hear more about it, yeah.
You have is she pretty well open to our schedule, or does
She
it
just
wanna?
asked me to present time and day, so I can maybe
Michelle, what do you think about the 19th or the 20th, or 26th, sorry, or, sorry, I'm 20th and 27th? Either one of those days suit your office? What's that?
20 would be better.
20th? So if we put her on for, say, 10 o'clock?
I will, give it to her and see what she thinks, and let you know.
It's the-
I assume that a couple weeks after, she should be available. Text myself.
Not to hang on to this?
I
Or do you need it back?
have one, and I can
Okay.
go to you too.
Oh, yeah, that's right, I guess we do that.
Did you say, does Coffee County have that? Does somebody around here have that already?
Coffee County has it.
Okay.
They went to it last year, I think, and it's helped them tremendously. Like,
Okay.
they're getting lots of interest because of it, so.
Thank you.
I asked them, talked to them about it too, if they're opportunity.
Mhm.
Very good. That's it. Do you have anything else?
I don't think so.
If you got a second, I'd like to step out before your visit with you for a second. If we could take a brief recess, I would greatly appreciate it. I know I'm asking a lot, being I should have late.
I was gonna add order, but
Oh, yeah, we could do the PDC while you're here real quick. So I will move to adjourn the commissioner meeting in lieu of PBC at this time. Second.
Oh, second, sure, yeah.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn for the PBC. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I guess, well, this shouldn't go to the building commission.
It's out of the law enforcement fund, so.
Is that directly tied to PBC then? So- Oh, okay.
That's the bonds.
Okay. I didn't know if that was gonna stick around long after, or. Okay.
It'll close if everything, I think, in June it should close, hopefully. Or
Okay.
anything crazy happening.
Gotcha. Okay, well, with that being said, I will open the PBC meeting. We have two bills in front of us. I have a PO for number 4039 in the amount of $19,834 for the Model 729 Grasshopper Snow Blower Snow Performance Package. 2 Pigeon Sloop Sales and Hooks Repair from the LEC Fund. I'll need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Next one is invoice to KBS in the amount of $116,641.80. Let you guys look that over.
The thing is, the balance is getting small.
Right.
It's only like 400,000 left maybe.
Nice. That's what I was getting ready to ask, is where that sits.
So we're getting very close to the end.
These are all punch list items here, huh?
What's that?
So these look, they're all like
Mhm.
punch list items.
Yeah.
Blue tape items.
Parking lot's kind of shaking. It's looking good. Swing by, doing all the-
Yeah.
I think we could rent out a cell in there like an Airbnb and just, make some money, just like a corner or something around there, room with a view.
We might not get very good reviews.
Okay.
Right. Well, you never know, though. I heard what they're doing in Wabunsee County. He's got some 5-star reviews.
Yeah.
That guy's crazy. That is fun, if anything, just to keep up with. Okay, any questions?
No, sir.
Heartache? I will need a motion to approve sending the invoice from KBS 25-0419 in the amount of $116,641.80 to the commissioners for consideration of payment.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. If there is no other PVC business at this time, I'll need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, before we go back into the other meeting, if you give some time, allow me a few minutes here as well.
Mr. Don.
Okay, we are back. Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sherling just left.
Mhm.
He was here for public comment, and he missed when I asked for public comment.
Oh,
He just wanted to say thank you to Tricia for all the work she did with the issue down at, I don't know what it's called, Coal Creek?
Coal Creek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at Coal Creek. He said he was just very thankful, and that's what he was here for today, and he missed public comment. So
Oh.
he just want to thank the county for all the work that we've done to try to help with that, and all the work that Tricia did, and that some of the stuff's really been resolved, at least in the last few weeks. Whether that's long-term, I don't know, but
I think he's shining a pretty good light down there.
Yes,
It's
so-
got some people's attention, so.
he wanted to say thank you to us, but really Tricia's the one that's done the
Yeah.
really hard legwork on it. And being very diligent and sticking with it.
Hat tip.
So before I forget, that's what he was here for, he went ahead and left.
Very good. Let's put the cat around here.
Oh,
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You just missed all the fun
What's that?
with the PBC hearing.
Did you?
Yeah, Mr. Wells was in here, so we had a quorum, so we just went ahead and took care of it.
Oh, okay, well,
You're more than welcome to stick around, join us. I'm sure you've been through a few of these.
sorry about that.
Thanks, Fred.
Hard pass.
You're hard to get scheduled.
I hear you.
Thank you.
He didn't even think about it.
Yeah. I think he's stared at them chairs plenty. Okay, back to business. I have the invoice from KBS, 25-0419, in the amount of $116,641.80, brought forth by the Public Building Commission. Need a motion to approve payment.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Are you in here for an update, or have you already been?
Well, she must be with the on one of
Yes,
Michelle's
she's
items.
with the community center.
Did you add that PO to this?
For
Because
the,
it's LEC.
Oh, I did not add that in there. But we approved it earlier already in a separate motion.
It just has to be on the sheet.
Gotcha.
well, everything was running smooth until Les showed up today. It's really.
It
got me
was.
on sense.
Well, they can tell me this stuff before we, nobody stopped us when we were approving it.
I just thought you were gonna do it as two separate ones
Well, we did.
on that one.
Oh,
It won't pay out unless they're on that sheet.
that's right. So I'll need to amend the previous motion to state paying the invoice from KBS 25-0419 in the amount of $116,641.80, and to also include purchase order number 4039, be paid to Sloop Sales and Hooks Repair, Inc. in the amount of $19,834 for the Model 729T Grasshopper, snow blower, and the snow performance package. I'll need a motion to approve the motion amendment.
So moved.
Second? I'll second. Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now, are we better? The world right again?
Take that, actually.
That's the lead guy.
Hang in there, yeah.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and address the needs. You don't have to sit here any longer than you wanted to.
All right.
She's having a
I
good time.
wanted to say, after last Tuesday's meeting, met with Nathan Thiel on Wednesday morning, it's moving, they get things done. The septic the tank was already getting delivered this morning at the septic system. We got line. But one of the things I'd like to ask is an outside spigot. We've been wanting one as a board. We've had a neighbor across the street use his hose and water to clean the shelter house and everything. So the request, Nathan gave us a bid of $650, which seems small compared to the
Cheap,
grand.
yeah. I mean,
But you were saying add on to that, I keep coming back for more, I'm sorry. But for $650, he can go ahead and hook into the line, get us outside spigot with the shut off in the building, so it's not
Sweet.
just community use. And he can be using it already this week to finish filling the tanks and get the laterals moving. And then I know we'll need it to get grass growing. It'd be a huge help. So it's a request for the $650 to let him go ahead and get a spigot into the building for outside use.
make it happen.
So, just provide us with a change order. Doesn't have to be anything super special, just have him write something up.
Okay.
In the change order type format, he'll know what we're talking about. And then just provide that to us for documentation.
Okay.
And then we'll need to approve a PO. So
Okay.
I know Michelle probably has some POs, like speedhead and stuff to do.
Because the question I'm wondering is he would do it today.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
yeah,
ahead,
he
yeah.
can, we can give him approval to go ahead.
Okay,
We still
awesome.
need this paperwork though, just for documentation.
Perfect. Okay, because
Yes.
he's moving. Wonderful. Great. It's-
Okay, but you might take that PO sheet with you and then have him provide you that, and then you can bring that back to us. But I'll need a motion to approve allowing Thiels to install a water hydrant for the community building in Vassar in the amount of $650.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well, the neighbor will probably be happy.
Opposed?
And that's great.
Motion carries. But yes, just please bring that information back.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it is wonderfully
That was very-
amazing what is happening.
very
Just
gracious of the neighbor.
fascinating.
Yeah.
So that playground made it in before the end of the day. So-
Good, be
All right.
here for
Thank
the
you,
summer.
Sherry.
Yeah, thank you. So he just fills this out and bring it back. Thank you. Have a good day.
Good night.
Is Colleen anywhere around? Maintenance quote, Mr. Brett? Brett, since you're in here? Excuse me, choked me up for some reason, say your name.
It happens. Lot more.
Get that often?
No. So, basically, this is I've got an estimate for sealing the parking lot, striping the parking spaces, hot in the cracks, fixing when we dug up to fix the water line. He can actually be here Friday. Everything goes good weather-wise, and we'll roll in Monday morning, and then it'll be done with approval. He's done the bank for 20-plus years. Has a great reputation for his work. Price I thought was pretty decent for what we're asking for.
Yeah. Not upset at that at all.
Yeah.
Any heartache,
No.
questions?
It's very reasonable.
No, I would like some asphalt at my house.
Here you go.
I'm like, what's that guy saying?
Yeah, yeah.
That is.
I've got a name and number. for you.
I'm like, he's doing that whole parking lot for that price?
I'm sealing it, not paving it. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
got
true. We
pavement
don't-
attached, but,
Nice thing.
but I hear he does really good on competitive on asphalt as well.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no further questions, we'll need a motion to approve purchase order number 4026 in the amount of $8,000 to be paid to McNally Asphalt to clean asphalt parking lot, patch the asphalt, fill cracks with hot rubberized crack filler, seal entire parking lot with MAC 52 sealer, redo parking strips with Sherwin-Williams commercial grade paint. To be paid from the courthouse general.
Second?
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And that bank. Morning. You're Your ears must have been burning.
Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Okay, since you are here and on time, if you would like to come up front and center. See what I did there?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to provide the Commissioners with 3 updates. Number one, this morning I'd like to provide the community with an update on the ongoing efforts in response to the closure of the Orbis facility in Osage City. The impact of this closure on our community cannot be overstated, and we are dedicated to helping every affected employee and family through this transition. In April of 2025, in a remarkable display of collaboration with the Department of Labor, the Rapid Response Team, along with community support, workforce partners came together to assist all 80 displaced employees, including helping employees navigate the next few months, answering questions on unemployment benefits, medical assistance, retirement, and healthcare coverage, as well as cover letter and resume writing. They're helping with that, searching for jobs, and also conducting mock interviews. Outreach efforts provided every employee with at least, at a minimum, digital resources in both English and Spanish. Our displaced employees were engaged. 60% of the employees attended the in-person worker information session, which is scheduled literally within 24 hours of learning about the closure. 50% of the employees participated in the community job fair, which featured 15 different employers and local resources. In times like this, community partnerships are powerful and essential. I'd like to send a huge thank you to the Osage City Community Foundation for their generosity in providing each family with $100 chamber bucks to offset their expenses. Their generous match, along with the generosity of the Board of Commission, allowing economic development to provide an additional $100 in chamber bucks, equates to each family receiving a total of $200 to help offset expenses and, importantly, support the local economy through these difficult months ahead. Our next step forward, Orbis has announced they aim for the Osage City facility to be vacated by the end of July. Orbis intends to sell the facility through the Colliers Commercial Real Estate Agency. This is outstanding news, as the facility will receive both international and national promotion. We, Economic Development, and the City of Osage City have begun collaborating with Orbis and Colliers and the Department of Commerce New Business Development and Recruitment teams to facilitate the sale of the facility. Colliers is developing promotional materials, and we expect that process to take a few weeks. We are optimistic about securing a buyer, however, desire to manage expectations following conversations with the Department of Commerce. Based on recent facility sales across the state of Kansas, we should prepare for the potential of the facility being vacant for 1 to 3 years. This is not a fast process. I literally, within days of the closure, have been asked if I have the replacement ready and ready to go. And unfortunately, this is not, let's hope, I'm literally praying, but it's not gonna be a fast process, number one. Number two, with the current administration policies around tariffs and kind of this a bit of chaos, investors are on pause. They are not investing right now, so it's kind of slowed the process. Establishing the price is going to be very important, and we don't know that price yet. We'll see what Orbis does. And both the county and this Osage City should prepare that it is very likely we will need to have incentives to bring a new business, a sizable new business to Osage City. So just wanted to share that with you. We have a lot of things working on our favor. Proximity to growing markets. It is a rail-served facility. This is highly desirable. We have a municipality that owns their utilities, so that's really attractive to have reliable and affordable service. We have a highly skilled workforce. We have a beautiful and exceptional rural quality of life, so people want to live here, and workforce will want to live here. The cons are that we have an older facility with lower ceilings. Our ceilings range between 10 to 12 feet, and our other competing facilities have 50-foot ceilings. So it's ripe for renovation, or maybe, it just depends on the industry. The lower ceilings may be fine. We'll see what happens. While Orbis's closure announcement was disappointing, the company's commitment to transition of a new business is reassuring. We are also encouraged by the unwavering support of our state partners and from the community. We're excited about the future opportunities and the potential for growth that can make our community stronger and more prosperous than ever. We appreciate the patience and resilience of the Osage City community. We have just begun the substantial work of promoting economic growth in Osage City, and our aim is to attract industry that will provide growth and prosperity for our community. And we will continue to provide updates as progress is made. So when I hear more about when they're listing it and at what price, more details, I'll come back with more information. So, okay? That was point one. Point two, the new administration policies have changed the landscape of economic development via budget reductions, eliminating or pausing funding programs or grants. So the tools that used to be at our disposal have been reduced. Collectively, we are remaining nimble and trying to educate ourselves on the programs that are left and the new requirements, and navigating forward the best we can to serve the communities. I wanted to provide an update that on the Safe Streets for All, if you recall, in 2024, we received nearly an $800,000 grant to work across every community in the county. That program has been paused, along with other transportation, rail, and water grants. So I've still done my part to bring the agreement forward. I'm moving into the next phase, which is I'll need some information from our county clerk, and then Josh ultimately will need some support to look at the contract agreement. I can't say when that's going to be, Josh. I don't know if that's going to be May or June. It depends on their pace. So
Okay.
just to share.
It'll be out the first week of June.
Okay, got it. In regards to the MIH grant, which is the Modern Income Housing Grant, which has been a really key grant in bringing housing to small rural communities. The last round of funding will be this summer, and so we will be resubmitting our countywide application at no additional cost to the communities. I do expect this to be the most competitive application round ever, and I'm not optimistic. I think we have a 50-50 chance, to be honest. So we'll see, but we will persevere. In regards to CDBG grant monies, which have been a lifeline to small rural communities, there is more money than ever this year. But there is no guarantee on that funding in the future. Although the state basically disseminates that money, it's actually federal money that allows that to happen. So additionally, I had shared with the communities on April 29th that the Kansas BIL still has matching funds up to $7 million for this region. So for the year of 2025 and 26, we need to do everything we can to encourage the communities to get their projects ready, to take advantage of the current dollars that are available. And also to be ready when these paused programs become open, because we anticipate that the application process will be fast. And I had shared that with the communities last week, I believe. As a part of the budget reductions with the new administration, you folks may have heard that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has made some announcements last week on closures and cutbacks. And I just wanted to share with the community that our U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is part of the Kansas City region, which is Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska, and Iowa. It includes Pomona, Melbourne, and Eisenhower State Park. And the announcement of budget cuts and hiring freeze will not be noticeable at our lakes and state park to the public. So there are several other communities that are not able to hire seasonal help, but we have the ability to flex between the two lakes. And so they've told me that reductions will not be noticeable to the public. So come out, be sure to get your camping plans in place this spring and fall. And also in regards to closures, again, no closures are anticipated. There are a couple of campgrounds that are planned to be self-served, but that is already planned, not due to any reductions. However, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has not received their 2026 budget. They have no insight into if there will be further budget cuts. So more to come. It is also unknown the impact of these closure announcements and a tightening economy on whether or not visitors will continue to travel to the lakes and state parks. We don't know. They may choose to stay closer to home, and it may not impact us at all, but we don't know. So I will share with you, visitors are trending up 3% year over year from 2023 to 24. So we're moving in the right direction. Along with, since we're talking about the lakes, I wanted to give a quick update on tourism and a reminder that our goal is to promote the local economy, grow visitors to increase spending in our local economy, and grow the tax base. Tourism equates to $12 million in visitor spending, 130 jobs are generated, and $4 million in state and local taxes are generated. We did a soft launch in 2024 of our Osage County Travel and Tourism social media, and just wanted to give you folks some early results. This was Facebook only and local community only. So we have not actively started to boost everything to the surrounding states. That'll be the next level. We wanted to work out all the kinks. We are nearly at 800 followers to date. And our engagement and metrics have been strong. Our audience demographics skew female. We have 78% female audience and 22% male. And that's in line with what our goal was, basically to target women who have the largest control and influence over the household budget and decision making. and the Wildlife and Parks, that balances Wildlife and Parks, whose focus is on males. In the last 30 days, the number of times our content was played and displayed was 48,000 times. In terms of reach, which is how many people actually saw your posts, on average, it's 14,000. And no surprise, our top posts, I thought you guys might be interested in this, our top posts are our business spotlights, which is in line with our strategy to support the local business and local economy. So these are the top posts today.
Might need glasses for that one.
Thank you, sir.
They won't expand.
See what you're doing.
So our next step will again be to start to socialize this and capture a wider audience, number one. I would very much like to also complement this with Instagram, but Instagram is very, very heavily visual. And so we are going to have to work on getting our images and our videography up in order to make that shift, which we have in the plan. And then our next other thing I wanted to share in tourism is that we will be launching the actual website by Memorial Day weekend to kick off the summer. And so far the feedback from the communities has been outstanding. So we've made some tweaks here and there with their feedback. I'm really grateful for that. And I have several other things to talk about in tourism, but I'd like to come back and talk about those activities and just leave it to say that we're building partnerships to grow more outdoor activities for the county. So I have more to share.
Very good.
Thank you. Any questions? The only other business other than an executive session that I have planned today is I finally had the opportunity to meet with Century, and yes, they confirmed that my computer is an antique, which we anticipated. But the price for it was a little more steep than what I had in my budget. So I know we had quickly just chatted less. I wasn't sure if the gentleman had brought the economic development one forward. Do you know, Michelle? Okay. Well, anyway, what I did is I left this information with him, and the actual PO I had left at your office, Michelle. And my question was whether or not I have some unencumbered dollars from 2024. I didn't know if we could use those. I haven't had a chance to circle back with you.
We just need to get with Linda to see the input. I don't think it should be a problem.
Okay, all right. That would be a great blessing. Thank you. So should I follow up with her, or?
It'll probably be tomorrow that I reach out to her after today's
Totally understand.
day, but,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll get in touch with you.
Thank you. And on
Would
that
they
note,
provide you for a quote?
the total amount was $4,484. That is for docking station, laptop, monitors, keyboard, mouse, and labor. Oh, labor was fixed.
Yeah.
He said that it was equivalent to what the other offices were getting, so.
Man, I thought that covered a 5-year service, something. It included something else.
It very well
At least
could.
the other ones did.
Mhm.
Because that price seemed really high to me for a computer. He was trying to
Does
explain.
that include like all your software on it too?
Yeah, I
Just should
think
be set up
so.
in there.
I think this is it says complete configuration and install.
Yeah.
Setup, configuration, and install. So I told him to, whatever we need, put it here, so. And I haven't had any, I felt good that this was comparable to what the other offices were receiving, and I haven't had a chance to circle back with them, to be honest.
Yeah.
All right.
They've been pretty good about bringing us comparative bids and whatnot, at least a couple to look at, show there's good, better, best.
Yeah,
So they've been pretty good about it.
okay.
Did you have a PO wrote up on that?
I actually I thought
Oh.
that the gentleman was coming here directly. I do have the PO number, I have a copy of it, but the actual PO I think is in your office. So it is PO 4070, if that helps.
So
So,
I'll need the actual one, so we can
okay,
approve
bring
and
it back,
sign.
basically. Okay, no problem, no problem.
Yep.
All right. And Michelle, I apologize, I have been out of pocket and I haven't had a chance to focus on the budget stuff, and I'll get on that this afternoon. All right, that's all I had. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready for the executive session.
We've got some other points of business to take care of here, and then we'll probably have yours, at the end.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Because I assume you're gonna wanna meet.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, meeting minutes update. Let's go ahead and handle some of this other stuff.
I had just added that today, if Michelle kind of give us update, I think it's about 4 months, maybe 5 months, we haven't had meeting minutes, and I know when I visited with Josh about it a little while ago, or a couple weeks ago, it's statutorily, we as a board have to have minutes, so I'm getting a little concerned.
Do you want those in a shared folder or a email or paper?
Well, it's up to you guys, but a shared folder might allow for review, and if there's any changes, usually just get paper ones, right? In a PDF or something, and then just look over if you have changes, but if we're gonna do it all at once, it might be most efficient to just,
Yep.
do a shared folder, and if you wanna do track changes or print it out and make hand notes, that way we can approve them maybe all at once.
Yep.
What if I can't remember enough to be confident if I can approve something?
We have to.
But then we don't we have
That's why we
video?
record the meetings.
Yeah, yeah. To
So-
go back and watch 4 or 5 months, though, to.
I know,
We can
I
work
think
through it.
Get caught up and then from going forward, it's just, yeah. I think we get caught up.
Okay. You're gonna create that this weekend? Send it out? District court server budget, is she? Okay, with them now?
Watching or?
We could go through the payroll while she makes her way down.
Sign off on this, I didn't bring your stamp, so. It looks what it says, sign with my hand.
Okay. We handle it. Yeah.
Or should we make it sign?
First flop. Second flop. Third flop. Oh, I
Tim,
see
should
who
we
she
have to
likes
shut
in this place. Took care of you. And you. It's my fault, I know. Everything that happens to me today is definitely my fault.
No, it's always my fault.
No, no, no.
Oh, yeah.
I decided to be late.
I was gonna stop by and visit with you, and I don't know where they start from, but instead of having a reasoning, now they just say remove from tax roll, but it used to always say,
When I told Savannah to do this, I just told her to remove from the tax rolls, so when tax warrants went out, all Laura did a report, and all of them went out from like 24, and there's inactive ones. So the inactive ones are renditions that got returned, that we no longer own, so we took it off the tax roll. So we have that documentation in the office, and we're scanning all those in. So these are just to clean up all our personal property, basically. So that's the generic, I guess.
so going forward, will they have descriptions again like you guys did in the
Yeah,
past?
no, we will, and those are just for those, those are just for the ones that are tax changes, that someone sold a boat or whatever. Typically, we would, and I think Savannah's where that's, we usually write instructions, so you guys know.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm
So,
like,
yeah, this is, I just put a copy and paste, if you're trying to get through those, just get your stamps went out for personal property.
Oh, no,
So,
good.
so this is
yeah, go
the,
ahead and do it. with.
And now you're proving
So
the
these
point.
are just to clean
Yeah.
up old records that needed to be cleaned up. So we started with 24, there's still 23, 26 in there for personal property that need to be, but these were to make them inactive so we could go fix prior years. So that's why there's so many correction notices and our abatements as well, so.
So will this be the last batch of these that say this?
It should be, it would be, we have 3 boxes.
Thank you.
inactive, But I can fix those for future years, so they're not being held up or it's not an issue.
Okay. So at some point, there'll be documentation that goes with these that says why they were removed, is that what you're saying?
Or there is, yeah, if there's a question on one, we can provide it. These are years of files that need to be cleaned out in personal property, which they're probably cleaned for personal property anyway, so, but.
Well, there is quite a bit that's being taken off of what can be taxed.
There is.
And is that, is that effective June or January next year?
They're taking January next year.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm waiting for the update on that. I was sure it was coming to you, so.
That'd be nice if they would eliminate all of that
Yes.
personal property.
It's hard to track it anyway, and then when you finally do get a
And it's
result. you take it
unconstitutional.
and
I
run.
mean, there's that. I mean,
What, you don't like breaking the law? You don't like unconstitutionally taxing residents?
no,
Dang it.
I don't. I'm convinced those guys in the wigs knew what they were doing. Property tax and income tax I could do without.
I can do without real estate tax too, but we gotta provide services somehow. I think it's really, really crazy that you never actually own your property.
Yeah.
What is the whole point of trying, they wonder why home ownership is down.
Mhm.
Well, let's do some math here.
Yeah.
In a
don't-
really expensive world, why would you wanna saddle yourself with all that debt? Just to turn around and have to pay a big portion of it to your debt collector.
Mhm. The better you do, the more you pay.
Right. Get punished for success.
Yeah. Not American.
That's downright un-American.
It is.
I agree. I agree.
Unconstitutional. You could set up county toll roads.
What?
Set up county toll roads to travel.
Right. We're gonna have to figure out something, because apparently what we're trying to get isn't working.
County tariffs.
There you go.
He's musically trained.
He is.
I'm used to seeing you in the car.
All the world's a stage, my friend, all the world's a stage.
I do my camp songs that I'm warming up on for my first week of June in middle school VBS.
Yeah?
So I'll get to test out on the trumpet.
Trumpeter, eh? I'm a fellow brass man myself.
Trombone?
I handed it down to my kids even. Yep.
Trombone? I can do it all over again. I can do trombone.
It was a very fun instrument to play.
Yeah, but your case is so big.
Yeah.
I have that problem. My son actually plays trombone and guitar, and he's been playing the trumpet a little.
My son can play the accordion.
Nice. That's
Self-taught.
really cool.
Self-taught.
That is really cool. My son should actually probably take some lessons because he's going to be spending a lot of time listening to accordion, I feel. He'll be in Poland for 10 months.
Who was normally doing those? Got missed or got behind, or what happened with that?
No, it's a snowball effect, to be honest. It's just a cleanup that needed to be done, and then when Lori and I were working it, we should have done it every year.
Oh, so this was
Just
before she left.
stuff that was planned and now it's happening, so. We're getting rid of it.
How does that many get missed?
Well, some of them would be, a rendition would come in and say, later on said, no, they didn't, or they come in because usually typically a tax warrant, or they go up to get a tag or their license or whatever, to find out there's a freeze, and then they want to come take care of it. So that's basically those exercises are out there just to get them to come in, so what you want. So, and unfortunately, I was just talking about mobile homes and things like that, where people buy a contract and go, it goes owner to owner, and it's every year, and people don't understand that, so they'll probably back, still be in their name and they owe it, they sold it, they still have to pay that, and then you have to find a new owner, and it's just tracking all of it.
So when it's taking it off the rolls, is it taking it off that taxpayer roll or completely?
It's taking off for that year only.
For that taxpayer?
Yes, and then whoever owned it previously will.
Beautiful.
Still
Love
owe
it.
theirs.
Good work.
And they'd have to
Thank
prove
you,
that
sir.
they sold it, but if they owed it January 1, they have to pay the taxes.
Worth the stay.
There's nothing you can do about that. It just stays on the tax roll until they pay it. So it's not complicated, but it is complicated. The tracking of it is complicated. We don't get a lot of cooperation with people when it comes to money, so.
Well, I think a lot of people don't understand the whole personal property thing.
It is, and now they've changed it again, so.
So
you
hopefully
don't
they'll
have
just
to do
eliminate it
it.
altogether.
Yeah.
Just get rid of personal property.
That's basically,
Okay.
they're phasing it out.
So with that being said, I will need a motion to approve the tax roll corrections brought forth by Michelle Morse.
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, district court server budget. Ms. Winsky.
Okay, so last year during budget cycle, I had given you guys on my budget, my 2025 budget, the option of lease purchasing all new equipment or buying it outright, and you all opted to buy it all outright, and we allocated funds. I don't think it was within my budget, but as part of the capital outlay 100, I think. And obviously, that's probably been 12 months ago because we're we're getting ready to do the same cycle of budgeting. So in 12 months, the computer costs stayed relatively the same. So we've actually got him up there, he's installing all of the new computers yesterday, today, tomorrow, because that stayed the same. The server price did not stay the same. It's actually $12,000 higher. And
Yeah,
when I inquired kind of why, the answer was essentially that A, product costs went up, and B, they did not, this is what, it was not a true quote. This was what they gave me last year, and it was like, this is your budget forecast, you can plan on roughly this much money for each of these items. And he said that when they prepared that, they did not adequately size the server. So we actually need a larger server than what they initially kind of projected. So that's obviously far more than what we talked about last budget cycle. So I wanted to discuss that with you all and see your thoughts and see if they, I don't know what the capital outlay budget looks like, because that's obviously, it's not mine. I don't know, like anything right now, I wish I could tell you if it was gonna go down or is it gonna go up, I don't know. So, I don't know that there's any benefit in waiting. I think that I could probably live another 6 months out of it, but then again, that makes me nervous because if my server goes down, so, I'm just here for your thoughts. I mean, really, it's just gonna be whether or not you guys approve it. If you don't approve it, then I'll have to go back to the drawing board with them on how we can get more life out of it, or what we can potentially do to extend that life. But we'll just take it down the road for every period of time. So yeah, originally what they had budget forecasted was 10 grand. Obviously, that's not where it's at.
So it only went up 2,000.
No, it went up 12,000. Total bid,
The total
22,000.
bid, yeah. Yeah, the total was 10,000 back when we first started talking about it, some change, and then now it's 22.
Where are you? I'm missing that. I don't see that.
At the very top.
Oh, okay. I always look at the bottom.
Right.
It's normally at the bottom.
Yeah. So the server, I suppose they probably, which I don't know why they wouldn't have, but it looks like they probably left the install and set up off the first one entirely. So I suppose the server itself went up $8,000 and then plus their install for a total.
What's they're giving it a 5-year life?
Yeah, the average life expectancy, I would say any professional setting like this where you risk shutting your whole system down, they recommend replacement every 5 years. That's the replacement cycle, every time. I think this server is a 2019 server, so we're actually at 6, and I think what I did is last year I bought knowing that we had budgeted, or what we thought was budgeted for it last year, I purchased a 1-year extended warranty on the server to get me to 6.
So is all of that server possibly budgeted out of the capital improvement, or some of it's already was in your budget and then the difference capital?
No, it was all budgeted out of, I did not bring a copy of my budget, but I had included it on my capital outlay line item, but then you all, we don't really have that within our department, so I think you guys.
Right.
So I think total it was around 35,000 is what we had budgeted for computers and server
For the 25 budget?
for 25. Computers came in 26, which was right where we had anticipated them.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, we're going to need this, so.
Yeah, I mean,
It's very unfortunate that this has jumped this way. Their only other recourse is to try and get some quotes for the same model, but I don't know that I don't know that it's gonna be that big of a difference. This stuff is not cheap, you know, and It doesn't get cheaper.
And it's not, I mean, I think I was in here the other day when he kind of, when he talked you guys into, I don't know, replacing some computers that he anticipated the tariffs would be then
Mhm.
jump, so I don't know if that will actually happen, or I suppose I don't think it'll go down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm new to all this, but I've been doing it long enough that I realize nothing's gone down.
No, nothing has.
Yeah.
I'm just not very techy, so I wouldn't have any, I wouldn't understanding of.
So we would really need, if we originally talked 35, we would really need to approve 12,000.
Yeah.
How's she looking?
Well, so district court capital outlay has zero budget. Courthouse capital outlay has 222,000. They've, and I don't know how I don't know how recent, it looks like it's fairly recent or is this pretty up to date, the budget status where all like the bills and things have been put in?
And I don't know that we have anything out of the courthouse capital outlay that is scheduled for this year, any big expenditures. There's no big problem.
Yeah, the only things we have right now are the floors, so
Right.
there's
And
212.
obviously the parking lot will come out of that.
Yeah, there's
I don't think-
212 remaining right now in courthouse capital outlay,
Yeah,
which is probably the most appropriate.
right. I think, that's pretty sure that's what we,
That's where you
Talk
put
about
it.
it anyway.
You didn't
Yeah.
put it in my budget.
right,
I had proposed it in mine, but you,
right.
I think you peeled it off that.
Any other questions? Heartache? Jump up, down?
The only heartache is the reality of the expense of this stuff. It is.
It's crazy.
And the pace that technology
You just
advances.
constantly replacing it, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 at a pop, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And you can't function without it, and they know it.
You feel a lot better about buying that expensive hammer because it's still loud.
It's gonna still be
Yep.
the same
Yeah,
hammer.
yeah.
Yeah, you'll have that, your kids will have that.
10 years from now, it still works.
Right. Yeah, that's the perils of it. I mean, I wish we could do everything on paper again, but we see the perils of that too. It wasn't
We
cheap
did
getting rid of that
for
stuff.
about 8 months when the servers went down in
Right.
OJA, and I do not desire to live that reality again. No thanks. I had just, right before the crash happened, I had just been explaining to my staff how it worked in a paper world, and I was like, Jesus, we did not need an actual example, thank you. Like, they were fine with just the lesson, the history lesson, like, they didn't need to live it.
That's great. Well, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. I mean, here's an actual need right in front of us. I'll need a motion to approve. I'm just gonna go ahead and make it a motion to approve that total,
Okay.
22,120, and then you can dice it up how it needs to be.
You just make that.
So I'll need a motion to approve paying $22,120 to Century Business Technologies for a new server. The specifications outlined in the sales order.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. You have a regular PO for
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
Probably not. Okay. Jimmy, you don't want to sign this.
They'll take my signature on this, but.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you, what's that phone number?
300,
Or do you just want me to put that out?
your cap outlay, and then just put 300 on it.
It says 5420, is that right? 003005420? Does that sound right?
Okay, that was correct.
Maybe a little bit of sugar, I have the old pill go down, I think.
That's what Mary Poppins said. She was practically perfect in every way.
Right. Andy, Josh, anybody? Kelsey?
Nope, I'm good. I do like a good Laffy Taffy joke though.
Laffy Taffy joke? What'd you say?
Well, here, while I'm taking care of business, you read to your heart's content. Okay, we'll just need a motion to approve purchase order number 4093, server replacement to Century for the capital outlay for the district court, $22,120.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are sure. Was it funny?
They were both funny.
Oh, good.
Thank you. I don't need a copy of that. Thank you.
Okay. She said to me, they're not funny. Disappointing. Okay. Policy benefit payroll discussion. Michelle?
Excuse me.
So I'm going to read on our fancy handbook. And I had sent, which Heather's had it in the past, you have it obviously, I sent it to Brandon and to Josh to review the example of what I think pretty much includes a lot of the stuff that needs to be included, maybe a few changes and tweaks here and there. As far as the handbook goes, I have a example of another county's sick leave policy. That's something that I would like to see added back in there. They also are considering Senate Bill 216 that is going to require employers give sick leave to any employee at 1 hour per 30 hours of their work. So, something that we need to look at that's possibly in the works. Benefits, as I've told kind of all the employees that what my goal was to bring us back to state Blue Cross Blue Shield. That's been one of the biggest complaints that I receive that they miss next to sick leave. So I've got the state employee health plan for 2025 information. We did a comparison on their, what they call Plan A, which would be comparable to our PPO, and then their Plan C, which is comparable to our 3,300, 5,000 deductible. So I have that for you. I also have a letter of intent template. On the back, I have added up how many employees we have on each plan, what it costs Osage, what it costs the state. And then I also added what the employees would be paying. So here's what the employees would pay on changes January 1 each year. The employer rate has not changed like in the last 3 years, though.
This was just one evening of work, wasn't it?
Well, it didn't really take that long, but
Yeah.
my brain's been on it for quite a while, so I'm just piecing things together as I can. We do just information, we have 15 employees that waive dental, 10 that waive medical, 26 that are not eligible for dental, and 20 that are not eligible for medical. We are at our time from when it was canceled. We would be ready to enroll this fall and ready to go January 1 for a plan. I was very surprised with hearing historically how much the state plan cost, and then doing the math here of really how short the margin was as to the difference, considering what you're getting for the coverage. You'll also notice on the state plan that they do have part-time coverage and breakdown, which in our current policy, it says prorated, but I have yet to figure out what that prorated is.
Yeah.
So this one here is the employees on the state 2025. This is what the employee would pay. That's not the cost of the plan, that's just the employee portion.
Right. You'll notice just on the state plan for the PPO, which would be what our PPO would be, employee and family rate is less than what we pay for our PPO employee only.
You mean the 854?
Yes,
So that's the family portion.
yes, and it costs us more than that just for employee only on our PPO plan.
But that's only the family portion, that's not the full rate of the policy.
Correct.
Yeah. So then you would add the two.
But add.
So if you added the employer portion is 1562, and then the family portion is 854. So then the plan is at 2,300 a month.
Yes. But our plan now, that's like $200 difference in employer fee.
Yeah, with the we're partially self-insured, so we're not actually paying that in. A lot of that is being put in an account where we're paying claims out of. So that's not all going to premiums. Where's plan C? 13.
Michelle, were they open to sending somebody down if we wanted to ask a little more?
I'd also like permission to fill out their census sheet to get more spot on.
Mhm. Yeah, so you really got apples to apples. Yeah. Well, I'd like to see that too.
Is that a motion to allow that?
So moved.
I will second that motion. Motion to approve Michelle to work with Blue Cross Blue Shield State of Kansas to provide current pricing and provide them with census data. Motion has been made, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries. We'll get him here as soon as possible. And then on the policy manual, everybody has been provided a copy of that.
Yeah, I'm not, is that something recent? Because I don't know. I know you said I have it, but I don't know if that's something you sent recently.
You got, when I first come on, I provided everybody a copy so we can send you, refresh it.
I have the 2022 Burlingame. Michelle, you worked on one that would put in Osage County?
I started like re-editing it, yes.
But you haven't sent that one out yet?
No.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it. So I have the policy manual. I don't know what the best way to kind of work through it would be. I mean,
Well, the whole intent is that everyone that or wants to have a say will review what has been presented and then have thoughts on what would not benefit, what would benefit, and then we have a conversation with it in front of all of us and come to an agreement.
if you want to, like Michelle, to finish, I mean, I can certainly help just getting formatting and all of that.
So are we looking at our book, or we're looking at a Burlingame book?
I think the proposal is to look at just kind of a start from scratch with Burlingame
As a template?
Yes.
as a template. As you recall, I think we had a handbook, we have a handbook, and then the financial policies, I think, was different, that Caleb Crook had prepared and was kind of languished on my desk for a while, but on the employee handbook, I mean, that might be helpful for me, is just to see what our most recent draft is, or what our most recent employee handbook is. Is that on the website?
It's on the website, I can send it to you as well.
Send it to me, and then do our employees sign off at open enrollment? Or when do they do that?
They do it at new hire. They used to give them a copy each time, but now I just have them fill out a sheet that they know where to go to get it, and they've been shown.
And then handbook updates, we haven't asked them, the whole employee workforce.
I know that I've seen some in the past, but since I've been here, we haven't had any updates in it, so.
Okay, so what I would suggest is that whatever you guys choose to do, whether it's a new one, same one, or a hybrid, that we
start treating open enrollment as a re-up for them to acknowledge it, and it's just one of the forms that they sign. So they acknowledge it yearly, that way we're catching everybody in case something, and then if someone technically signed something 10 years ago or 25 years ago, tracking that down, I'd rather just have an annual acknowledgement of the policies.
So historically, when I was here first, second year, the policy manual was 20 years old, and so we got a sample policy from KCAM and then customized it. So if we want to do a hybrid, I don't know if I want to adopt a Burlingame City one, but I guess my recommendation is take what we've got, and if we're looking at some examples from Burlingame and then we're wanting to merge that in, I would prefer to stay with the KCAM example because they're our carrier for one, so I'm assuming they're going to cover what they think is important for a county. And then if there's things we're changing, we can change those in there, but I don't know that I want to.
The League of Municipalities wrote the Burlingame policy book. It encompasses near everything that you can imagine, and it's written by a group of attorneys. That's why it's being brought forward, because obviously in dealing with what we have as a handbook now, it isn't, it's subpar. And even though it's provided through KCAMP, we have found issues in it already that have caused us good problems. So the whole goal is to bring it forward, let everybody review it, and then obviously if there are changes that need to be made or whatever, however you guys see it at the end, but we have to do something with it. Part of the discussion too is because it already has employee benefits outlined in that policy book. Some of the benefits that we would like to bring back to folks with sick time, and vacation time, the different leaves, it outlines all that already in it, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And it is a proven policy manual that has been in act for
There's
quite some time.
three, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry.
No, you're
gonna say something. My thought with what you were saying with us is there's kind of three categories. There's what we need for legal, and then there's just for, like, no one's gonna disagree. It's not a policy disagreement at all. It's just, we need to cover non-discrimination, we need to cover all these federal laws, et cetera, and that's where the attorney comes in. And then there's gonna be not severe, but there's gonna be policy disagreements about sick leave versus, personal leave or whatever, where you just have to work through those and isolate them. I'm happy to just kind of try to spot where I think each of those falls in the ground, because there could be stuff that the league caught or is more thorough or better language, or KCAM, and we just need to do something to reduce the amount of actual, I want to isolate the actual policy questions for you guys. And if there's vague, then the third is just the previous handbook. If there were problems that were caused because some issue came up and the language, KCAMP language or whatever, needed updated, that happens all the time with employers, where you just need to update, what about this situation? We in another jurisdiction, I had the whole 86-hour thing with law enforcement pop up, and the way we had worded it wasn't precise enough. And so that's just the continual improvement of language that doesn't reach what it needs to reach. So I'm happy to, I just don't want to get lost in arguing over whose template we use, because at the end of the day, it's just law. It's just a policy.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be able to isolate the actual disagreements. And I think the list on that third category list from Michelle of here are the things that popped up that we need better language on, and you guys can just work it out.
Well, if I can get a copy of that, it may have been sent to me a while back, but I don't remember when that was. I think dealing with things as a topic is good, not trying to take a huge book and say, okay, read it now, do you agree with all this? We need to deal with those topics one at a time, hash them out, and then figure out what's getting in.
And what I'm saying is I'm happy to just compare the two
Right.
and say, there's no difference.
There can be 80% of it that's just the legalese of all the normal stuff, and then there's the topical things that.
But on like sick leave, like, there's just, may just be a policy disagreement and 2 votes wins. So,
Yeah.
like,
But that's the whole thing, you've got to go through the book, at least go through it, and then come back to the meeting and tell me that that's the same thing. What I'm saying is this book is already outlined, it isn't anything against your KKM policy, it's not about whose template is better, like you said, just please review it, look through it, and tell me, if you don't like it, you don't like it, we can start all over. I do not wanna sit here and try and reinvent the wheel, that's the whole reason that's being brought forward. It's already been there, it's already been in use. It doesn't matter that it's Burlingame, it could be Osage City. It's just a matter that I work for Burlingame, we have this policy book, I happen to like it.
yeah.
I think it works well for the employee and the employer, and almost every question you can have is outlined in there. Because I don't disagree with having to have discussions here and there, but for the most part, when we deal with that policy book, our employees go to the HR, they review the policy, that's where it's at.
Do you know if they, sign every year?
We don't sign every year, we sign on employment, and we take an oath.
Okay.
You don't do an annual review?
No, we do, employee reviews for, you know, your benefits and pay and things like that. And then that review kind of rehash and go through.
Well, and I certainly don't want it to get hung up on me, like reviewing and comparing and having
Well,
this.
but that's why I want everybody to, it's not just on your shoulders,
Yeah.
obviously.
But at the same time, I'm
Everybody's
just,
looking at it.
I wanted to just explain those 3 categories, because there is a disagreement, I think, may just be policy-based, because I think we all agree specific language is better than
Right.
general language, most of the time.
Most of the time.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
So that is the attempt, and so if you don't have a copy, we can get you over a copy again. And if everybody would review that, take a little time, it's not gonna take you long to go through it. Most of it is common language that everybody has. in their
It's gonna be
policy books.
similar anyway, yeah.
Right. But one of the biggest discussions that we're having, and the reason this is being brought up is, you know, some of us don't agree that our current benefit package is worth it. And it's not treating our employees well. It's definitely not attracting new employees. So we have to do something to fix it. So,
And a lot of it's not a direct cost,
right.
so it's a true benefit, I mean.
Right, right. So that's part of that, and then, so we have homework with that. We've talked with the state, we've already authorized you to move forward, getting them. So then what's next? What are we leaving out? Payroll periods?
Yes.
We only made one.
Yeah, you can make more.
Well, then they'll be all black. You won't have your fancy.
I'll print them. I'm not sure if this.
I don't know if that's colored. I think that's color.
With all the printers we got laying around down here, none of them,
Well, she said color.
we got one there.
Yeah, I don't think that's a color one.
Or certainly look like a little.
Josh is bringing a new one
Printer's
every week,
scrapyard.
got one over there on the bench, and
Yeah.
printers everywhere, not a colored one.
I didn't want to throw that one away because it came from somewhere, and it should work.
That was a profound statement.
But this one came from somewhere too.
And it should also
It
work.
was dustier.
Worst case scenario, you take them home and print off
That-
school sheets.
No, I wanted this out of too many printers.
Gifted it to Osage County because he wanted to.
Where you bring your Facebook comments.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I
Wanted to.
could throw it in that pasture field.
Have you ever seen Office Space?
Yeah.
Yes. I want to be there.
Oh, Douglas, okay. What am I looking at here?
Yeah.
Chair, I might have to use the voice room again sooner or later.
I'll tell you what. We have time.
What?
Review that, are you reviewing that?
Yes, I have a question. So would we be approving on the Tuesday before the Friday?
Yes.
So the pay period, let's see, how is it? Pay period begins-
I'm gonna take a break too.
Oh, so there's nothing that requires any decision right now?
No, well, we're not.
Right, we're looking.
So if the pay period starts like January 5th, ends on the 18th,
You can grab this stuff off my printer.
is that, I just want to make sure I'm reading it right.
Good seeing you.
So the pay period is January 5th, ends on the 18th. So it closes on the 18th. And then we would get it presented to us on the 21st. And that would be on the 24th. How's that work?
Yeah, I don't know.
He was sitting there waiting.
Wow.
So I stopped and I said, hey, no, they're not supposed
So
to.
let's say January,
Oh, we need voice.
well, in general, though, I know we were trying to get there when we would approve it before the actual pay date.
Yes.
So we agreed to Tuesday before.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No.
That's 90%. Yeah, they're trying to.
This is gonna have, you gotta fill out the form.
You gotta go for it, because they stump us on, they have lots sometimes to, because as a consumer, you gotta pay for it, and it's expensive. So they just don't let the ditches and
Because you said when they learn it, it's like
Do they
4 hour run.
done
So if it ends on a Friday, do they run it on Friday or? do they run it on-
100 at a
or
time?
is it run it on-
When we had a tire shop in Osage, we had.
So then if there's things that pop up that are issues, then we can deal with them on a Tuesday. And then if we need to make corrections, we can make those, and then they just amend whatever before it's
They had one pre-done,
completed on that Friday.
or even a quarter, for the people to take. That kind of stuff.
And then, I guess I'll wait till they get back to it. Thank you.
Right, exactly, so, yes.
Sis,
Are you in session?
Are we in session? Oh, I thought we were on recess. We're still in session.
I'll just show you.
That's a good
okay.
one. Where's that?
Tires and double
It's
township.
inside the Shawnee County Line.
Yeah, but why are you taking pictures of it? Why do you have it?
It's in our township.
Inside Shawnee County?
Just, sorry.
You mean on our side? I thought you meant on their
I
side.
counted 104.
Is that new?
Oh, yeah.
Where's it at?
Barrington Road. 109th and Barrington, just across the Shawnee County line. Right. Well,
I got what's his face's number for the tires.
so I first Prescott, because that came from the tire shop.
You know where it came from?
No, but only mom and pop type tire shop tried all the tires like that.
So you think it's somebody out of county? Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Right on our side of the line.
Of course. They've dumped there before, not this many. I counted 104, that probably didn't get that slip, I guess. Are you kidding me? Yeah. They came from reading stuff on the line. Shoot, that's sure.
Yeah, big deal.
Yeah, they knew before I did.
Excuse me.
Any other questions?
No, I was just double checking with her that the end of the pay period is Friday. And then
On
we,
Sunday.
and then we would,
Or
yes,
begins on-
yes,
Begins
Sunday,
on.
Sunday to Saturday. Or is it Sunday to Friday? My question was that we will get it on a Tuesday, so we'll be able to approve payroll before it's completed. that's something we have been working towards. So that's what I was double checking.
And I understand the benefit to that, but
So like
this
March,
is gonna be hard.
like March 2nd, so it's the 2nd, then it goes to the 15th. So then we get it on the 18th. So if there's any issues or questions, we can deal with that, and then that's, even gives them 2 days before it's actually paid out, if there's anything that has to be corrected.
Mhm.
Although that says Douglas County pay calendar, but it's the example, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So Michelle, this is a proposal that would line up good with what our payroll provider would like and what our current,
They can do whatever, but it's kind of what we wrap our minds around and
yeah.
then spot on what we're thinking.
It would resolve some of the issues on,
Papers.
yeah,
It would
employee
fix-
classifications.
Yeah, it would fix capers, it would fix the ability for every department to be able to clock in and their overtime to be,
Yeah.
not have to be messed with to
So,
calculate correctly.
I know that was part of the discussion of movement, was to get everybody classified. So like on the current payroll, we still have 55 that must be classified wrong still. So when this gets implemented, I don't know what date we're planning on starting it, but at what point do the people that are classified correctly get, I thought we were gonna be able to be doing that. So I don't know why they're still classified wrong, why we haven't switched them over to hourly.
I don't know. It's
Well,
why.
well,
Because the sheriff's department is, I mean, we've hashed that out multiple times, but the sheriff's department is their own animal. I mean, the way they have to be labeled as salary, but still paid hourly based on how
Shift
their
split.
schedule works out
Yeah.
and their shifts rotate.
I don't think that's correct.
However,
Well,
if
it
we
is
go,
correct, because I only had to hash it out with him for 3 hours. All the while we've been talking about it for 4 years.
however, if we go to every 2 weeks, that can change and it balances out right.
Right. Right.
So they're hourly and they're gonna be listed salary.
They're just putting salary into the system, so the system doesn't flag them and start paying them overtime. But they're still paid on an hourly basis.
It doesn't make any sense to me. If they're an hourly employee, why are we not classifying them as hourly?
Because the
We-
system will flag them and create an error and want to pay them overtime on all of those hours over 40. Currently, their overtime doesn't kick in until, what is it, 86 hours? Is when their overtime kicks in. So if we put them in as a normal employee and then you pump in 86 hours, it's gonna give them 6 hours of overtime.
I just can't see
And they
that.
don't get 6 hours of overtime. That's 6 hours of straight time. They don't get overtime until 87. Right. Yeah, it's salary non-exempt, exactly.
but that's just how the third party has to show them to make the numbers right.
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 That's why that's what we have to tell the system. You're essentially just tricking it to say, don't send me this error code because I already know about it. And the way the sheriff's shifts shake out is another thing that confuses it because you'll have 3 days in 1 week and 2 days in the next week, and then 3 days in 1 week and 2 days, or vice versa, 4 to 3 to 3 to 4 to whatever. So it's constant rotating. So we'll have 7 days that they've worked, and then said we can do the next one.
So what we're saying is they're gonna stay classified as salaried and not hourly.
In our system, correct.
I'm not okay with that.
However, if it goes to every 2 weeks, we do not have to do that.
We don't have to if we go 2 weeks.
No.
But they'll still have overtime in a week.
Yes, but they can set it at that 86 every 2 weeks.
And then it won't flag it.
Right.
Good.
So
So
they
going 2 weeks, we won't have to do that.
Right.
Can set it.
Right.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
But are they gonna be classified hourly as they should be?
Yes, at that point, yes.
If we go to the 2 weeks. I really don't know what the heartache is with it. We're just making sure we're getting the guys paid. I don't understand what the problem is.
I just know 4 years ago when it came up, and our legal counsel at that time was like, you cannot do this. Like, you cannot have people classified like this, and we given directive for it to be corrected. And it was ignored, which we didn't know at the time. So I don't know if we've been approving incorrect payroll for 4 years, but that makes me very uncomfortable. If they're hourly, they're hourly. You put them in the system, and ADP is a nationwide payroll company. They deal with everything. So from what Josh told me the other day, he's like, they couldn't make payroll work. They're like, this is not an available option. So we're finagling the system to make ADP work just for our unique thing, and I'm uncomfortable with that.
Well, what is the, I guess I wasn't tracking on, are we talking about next payroll or the bi-weekly?
You know,
This
is what this is just a 2-week rolling payroll. It's not a bi-weekly,
So
it's
how's
not
that
first and
not, I mean,
15.
so I thought switching them to hourly if we're doing bi-weekly was gonna be fine.
If we
That's
switch
what
it to
Michelle
hourly.
just said.
Yes, but then they were saying that,
I was trying to explain why it's the way it is now.
I mean, the way it is now, like, my thought is if we see a solution in sight, like, the math is gonna be the math. Either they work the hours that they reported or it's just more difficult to like reconstruct to see, you know, what the actual hours were, but the data is still there. It just makes your job a heck of a lot easier to have one report that you run. So I'm not concerned. I mean, if you don't feel comfortable signing payroll until we change, if we're gonna change to bi-weekly, then that's for each commissioner's decision. But if we're going to fix it anyway, like one more or 2 more or 3 more, however many, I don't know what payroll cycles, how many more you're thinking about on this current one. Am I wrong on that, Michelle? The data exists, like how much they actually worked versus how much they were paid. I think it functions, and I told this to ADP, it sounds like it just functions like a payroll advance. And it's a loan until they've actually earned that back. The problem is, if they worked more than what their salary was in any given week, that's when I think we've got some legal exposure, is that they could, you know, unless we can prove we already advanced you over time 3 months ago.
It's better now though, since we have the pay period the first and last day of the month. Because that advanced part has been able to disappear because of that.
Yeah, because that's why we moved everybody
That's
to
why
the
we
same
did it that
pay
way.
situation and then adjusted the payroll date. Because now everybody goes through the whole month. There isn't that period of
It's not
advancement.
that 21st to the
Because you're having like a week or so that was there that we were having to advance payroll to them. Because here's the cutoff, but you're still working it. This was never encapsulated.
Yeah, so
Just
if they
hanging
quit,
out there. And now
got a
that
problem.
is fixed, right.
Yeah, so
That's
that
what's
was fixed. I'm saying on the sheriff, you've got a specific payroll advance deal because.
That's what I mean with the sheriffs. Yeah, that's been remedied because of the payroll cycle now.
Okay.
So
Well,
this one, moving to 2 weeks, just makes that overtime situation to where we have them classified as salary right now. That makes it that we can classify them as hourly now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't flag in the system by switching to this.
I mean,
yeah, so that's the question I was asking is when we move to this, will they move to hourly, be classified as hourly? And I thought they originally said no, that they're still gonna be salaried exempt. But if
Because originally, that's exactly what I thought. But the answer to your question is, so we don't have to keep going back and forth, yes, they would be classified as hour.
And they'd be paid out overtime each cycle and they're done.
They just clock in and out, like all employees clock in and out. You get paid for what you work in 2 weeks.
87 hours, you get an hour and a half, 1 hour of
Reserve.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a much easier on Michelle, much easier on you guys to be able to review.
It's gonna be much easier on that.
And as soon as they get the payroll or their bills updated, which I sympathize with, it's gonna be.
That's the hardest part of all of it, just that part, it just stink. But at some point, you've worked as hard as you can to produce results.
So December 24th then, next year, or this year for Douglas County would be an advancement of two months.
So when is this going into effect? Like ASAP?
Well, we don't know, we haven't made that decision.
Okay.
That's what we're talking about, is when or if we even want to put it in play, and then if we do want to put it in play, I think this piece of it has to go in sooner than later. I know Michelle would like it to go in sooner than later, but the biggest heartache that I've always had is the same thing. We roll this out to our people, so we kind of have to, we want to make it as easy, smooth, there you go, thank you, as smooth and as easy a transition as we possibly can, because some people are obviously going to have to adjust their bills again, have to adjust them to fit. So I understand this, but that's the whole frustration that I have. And now we're moving it clear out to the 10th and 24th. You're actually starting to sell me on the 1st and the 15th, because the 1st already aligns with what a lot of people have been paid on, so I don't know what happened to that idea.
That this way, bi-weekly ended up allowing us to approve payroll before it was sent out.
Right, but the 1st and 15th doesn't.
Right.
Well, whatever you do, I'd like it to line up with whatever we decide in the handbook as far as, specific accruals of, if you do sick, PTO, vacation, sick leave, whatever, comp time, whatever you're putting in there, it needs to line up with the pay cycle so that it all makes sense.
Right.
So I know Michelle don't like the idea of it, but I like to put any decisions on pay cycles off until we can match it up with whatever we put in there.
Yeah. That is absolutely why we tried to bring this all out in that one package, so now we can look this over, and then look the policy over, and yeah, we can.
I mean, because there's like
a little bit of sugar with a little bit of the sour.
right. There's going to be. I mean, there's stuff that I'm not going to like. I'm assuming, and then things that Heather's going to like, and then put it all together, and then there's be something that everybody can kind of.
Right.
The employees will have something in there they like, and hey, we really miss this, and that's not so great, but I like this part. And,
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're going to make it perfect for everybody. Is what we're going to do.
Well, and part of the whole deal is, obviously they've been wanting that for a long time. We all know the need. This one they're not going to be super happy with. But then, depending on what we do with the policy,
But to Heather's point, some of that has been around for a long time. That's not.
Yeah.
That could be a legal problem.
Well, here's what I'll tell you.
Right.
If we don't, I don't think I can continue to approve payroll if we have 50-some employees that are misclassified. I know there's some sort of explanation. I'm not comfortable with it. So I can't approve payroll if
you're
we have
willing to
50-some.
do that, then that's up to you. It's on your, you vote however you want. I'm not going to stop approving.
I would like to see us move those employees to hourly, even if we haven't, now that we've moved to where everyone's on the 30-day, first to the last of the month. Everyone's on that pay cycle. Everyone just clocks in and out, and people are listed as hourly if they're truly hourly.
That is what we're working on now, so it is imperative for you to review what has been put in front of you and review that other policy book, and let's bring it back. And we'll visit this next meeting, we'll visit the following meeting if we have to. Let's just do that. because I am not gonna not approve payroll unless there's an obvious mistake made in it. But we are absolutely going to work to making sure everyone's somewhat happy, or as happy as they can. be.
Perfect.
So if you guys are all in agreement with that, that is our homework for this week. And we will have this discussion back on the agenda next week. And I will make sure there are no emergencies.
Do you want, the state to come in and talk this and that, or?
Yes, at their nearest convenience.
Well, and I think on the state plan, we still have to consider what we currently have now and get price comparisons and
Yeah.
things like that. Because
I'm already, you guys do as you see fit. I am already
There's-
researched out on what we have, and I know it ain't worth a hoot name, so.
there will be a huge difference in cost to the taxpayers.
That's okay.
And so for me, I
Our
want
taxpayers
price.
are tired of not having employees to do the job. Our taxpayers are tired of having people don't like working here. Our taxpayers
I'm
are.
not in favor of a tax increase though, if that's what it
Well,
is.
none of us like tax
To make
increases,
sense.
but we all like services, and it has to be paid for by somebody. So until we figure out another way to pay for it, here we go.
Tariffs.
Tariffs.
Toll roads.
There you go. I like it.
User fees.
We've had the opportunity for different industries in this county, but they always get shot down. So taxes it is. Sorry, I don't like them either. Hate them. But until we figure out the way that we supplement those taxes and get everybody in this county to agree on it, this is the way it's gotta be.
You know, how many millions of dollars are we behind on people not paying their taxes? If we collected that, that might be a help too.
Yeah, right up there in that office, you go have a meeting with her and ask her why we haven't had a tax auction since you've been here. Ask her why none of that's been done. Head on up and have that conversation. Hmm?
That's not all in the treasury.
Yes, it is. That's the one who brings it forward to us. That's the one who brought it forward to the last time when we approved it and said, yes, we're gonna do it, and it never got done. So I don't know who else you put it
She
on.
resigned her position.
Where are we at on the
Anyway,
agenda now?
Yes, approval of payroll.
I had one
Repeat
question,
it.
I had one question on that. There's a line on them that said unpaid leave, and there's like 340 hours or something in there for 300. What is that?
So, it's just a tracking system
Right.
in there, like, say, I wanna take a vacation and my supervisor's good with it, but I don't have any PTO time. They put it in there so that they know in the system that that
Okay.
person's gonna be gone. So
Okay.
it's just a tracking thing, it doesn't,
Doesn't give them leave or anything like that.
no,
Okay,
no, that's why there's zero monies and stuff on it, it's just an hour.
okay. It's exactly what it says, unpaid leave then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this highlighted in yellow, since you were so kind to highlight that as the total.
Correct.
Anybody need any time to review?
No, sir.
I will need a motion to approve payroll in the amount of $710,730.69.
So moved.
Seconded. Motion has been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. 15-minute executive session with,
Oh, clerk, land, and appraiser,
okay, I
sorry.
thought you said, no, I thought that's.
And Josh.
Just making sure, so.
Yes.
I will move, we enter into an executive session for 15 minutes under attorney-client privilege with Michelle, Tricia Webb, Michelle Rooks, Michelle Morris, Tricia Webb, Michelle Rooks, since we have two Michelles probably there. Josh and I, and all three commissioners.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll be back at 58, call it 11:59. You warm enough in there?
Oh, yeah.
I will not fare well in that level. It's so thick. from taking an executive session. I welcome the challenge, you know? It's fun. Okay, last but not least,
I think we just have the executive session, right?
did he leave?
He is checking with Colleen to see if she
Okay,
needs it.
good. That's exactly what I was gonna ask. We will let him come to that decision, and then we will make our motion. Oh no. Farewell to oxygen on planet Earth. NASA scientists predict Earth's atmosphere will lose its abilities to sustain life. Photosynthesis will collapse as CO2 declines. Dun, dun, dun. Here we are again,
Oops.
the next go around.
Can you tell me the signs, Gary Reaganall was here a few weeks ago about signs in Superior Township. That's why Jim Shively came by. He bid to the waste and saw a semi and garbage truck use our Superior Township road just again today. I haven't seen any signs. I don't know for sure whether, I know they were gonna put one on 31.
Yes, yes.
So is that a Ryan question?
Yes, but he, I think, is making them or having them made, I believe.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
That's right. And he
I
said
think
that may
that's
take
all-
a few weeks. Okay.
Right, I think that's all he's waiting on.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
So you're not needed?
I'm not needed.
Man, you know, I sat in a meeting last night with an attorney that wasn't needed.
I know. It's nice to not be needed.
He got to walk out the door smiling, and we had to stay there longer.
Yep.
I think I'm in the wrong business. You want to trade chairs?
Exactly.
Okay, well, with that being said, I will need a motion to enter into an executive session for 30 minutes under financial affairs with Economic Development Director Colleen Mendoza and all three commissioners.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will be, oh, I should have put in the motion will be in her office.
Due time, Michelle had something to add before Josh up again. If she had, yeah. She was asking nicely.
I'm sorry.
What do you need?
Her motion has
Like a second.
So yesterday, we were working on, some things, and Laura's not down here to defend herself, however, there's been multiple occasions that I get a phone call, or Laura comes down with snide comments about me being gone, wanting my schedule, just different things, addressing my daughter, as far as your mom, things like that. But yesterday really set me off because the taxpayer had been calling, I guess. This certain guy had a meeting, and I already had fixed his stuff. He did not come in. There were pictures that Matt had worked on prior, so I went on that. He was told that I don't answer my phone, that she's giving me numerous messages, I'm discarding them, or whatever the case may be. He was very nice when I spoke to him, we figured it out. But I would like it to be known that I feel like I help her where I can, and I'm tired of being thrown under the bus by her, and it's just snide comments to my employees. If that's how it's gonna be, if she can just direct all those towards me. If you guys have an issue with me working, I do come in at 8, take a half-hour lunch, work till 4:30. I'm more than willing to come 8 to 5. That's fine, I can be here for those hours. But if you're gonna know that my hours are 4:30 and you come down here at 4:35, I'm obviously gone. So the comments to the taxpayers that are coming to ask me why I'm gone, what I'm doing, I don't feel like I answer to her. So if you guys want that, please let me know. I will work 8 to 5, there's not a problem, but I will not continue. I've kept myself from going into her office yesterday. I don't feel like she needs to come down here and needs to be a screaming match either, but I do want it to be addressed that if we're gonna work together, that's fine. But we are not gonna sit here and say, I don't do my job, and not a taxpayer. There's not a one that I've ever had a disagreement with that will come in and tell you that. I've always done my due diligence and done what I need to do. this guy was already taken care of. So if something would have brought to me, I feel like I would have been able to say, here it is, it's already done, but she didn't even give me that opportunity before making whatever comments that she wants to make.
Your office is open till 5.
Our office is here, so there are people.
So there's
that
people
can
here,
help.
even
Right.
if you're leaving
It's
at
just not
4:30.
me, and then it's, oh, I wish I could do that, or I wish well, what's your mom's, I need that schedule.
As long as it's open till 5.
So it is open till 5. But if you guys do at any point want, it's just been the way it has been, I can totally let someone else do a half-hour lunch. I'm sure one of the girls would be able to do that, and me stay till 5. My kids drive now, before it was an issue, and I could get home and do what I need to do, but my son's out of sports, so.
Another issue for me.
Yeah, but please, if you guys hear anything that maybe I need to be here till 5, that is totally fine. I live 8 miles away, I literally don't care, so.
If I hear anything I don't agree with, you'll get a phone call.
Thank you, I approve that, and then if Laura has anything, we can talk, whatever, I don't care, I know that she will come down and say that I threw her under the bus, whatever. If she needs an opportunity to come say whatever, that's fine, I don't even know if this is appropriate, I just feel like she needs to know without me going in the office and being my hot-headed self, so.
Well,
I did
just
wanna do that.
remain professional.
I am trying. I
Day to
tried,
day.
I tried.
You're running your own office, and if it doesn't gel with another office, you try to handle it as professionally as you can, and if you can't, walk away. I mean, it is what it is.
And did you guys get the letter that the state did approve me to do
Yes.
the interim? Okay, perfect.
Very good.
It just came Friday out like four. So,
No, did
We're
you
making
forward
a
it?
motion, the HIPAA thing we talked about with Century Link, I sent that to
Yep.
Jackie, should be signed this week, and then second, that Hayfield thing, contract's been sent to Ryan. So if you guys have anything else besides the handbook, give me a ring.
You're a good man. You're a good woman.
no.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, we can go into our executive session, and we will return. Oh, man, how do you do that?
Did we do all the motions? Did
We made the motion to enter in executive, 30 minutes, but I guess we didn't include her office in there. So we'll just need a motion to move, enter into 30-minute executive session or financial affairs with Colleen Mendoza, all 3 commissioners in her office. Sorry.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Now, we'll be back at 12:38. Okay, unless there's something else, I need a motion to adjourn.
I have one comment to make.
You go right on ahead,
If
sir.
that's all right. Something that's come up when talking with business owners and the concerns they brought to me is other counties have some type of incentive for like, because we got to talking about doing specifically county upgrades within, projects for the county. And they said,
Right.
well, does the county have an incentive for the contractors to buy material within the county? And I said, nope. But other counties do, and I don't know if that's ever been talked about before or not. And not worthy of decision today, I'm just saying,
Right.
what would that look like in real life?
I don't think anything specific to that, but I feel like we passed something like when we,
For county itself.
you might have to ask Jay on this, but like when we were doing bids or something.
Yeah,
Something about if there were local companies bidding it, that
yeah.
there would be a percentage that even if they were higher than maybe a different
Sure,
company.
but if it was within a range, you were to pick the local over.
Yeah, like there was a certain percentage of, I don't even know what to call it, but a way, because a lot of times the local small companies maybe couldn't compete
Right.
with the larger companies bid or
Yeah,
something.
and that was some of the.
Maybe that's different than what you're
Yeah,
asking.
well, no, it's close, because that was what some of the conversation was talked about. We have local contractors, but some of them are buying materials from, because it's cheaper. Well, is there a way that we could incentivize buying materials local also,
I'm pretty sure we passed something.
Okay.
And I don't remember, you could either look
No,
back in
it-
meeting minutes or,
We did with the county itself, with like our project.
Can I get
He's
this?
talking about an incentive countywide
Yeah.
for contractors that are building in there
just to keep,
to buy from the local company.
I don't know. I don't know what that looks like in real life. I just throwing it out there, see if you guys have heard anything or got some ideas.
I don't know.
Because this other guy and I were talking about it, and, I'm just like, well, I don't know what that looks like in real life, but I like the idea of it. So,
Yeah, oh, and I do too, but, that is something maybe visit with Josh. I know.
I haven't
Pretty sure-
researched it all. I mean, I
Some of
think,
the other counties,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Shawnee County does.
I don't know, you'd have to bring an example
Yeah,
or something.
exactly. And I'll look into it a little more. I'm just letting you guys know what pops into my head and in my conversations. That's all I had, sir.
Thank you. Okay, now, there's nothing further. Need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded, all in favor?
Ayes.
Ayes. Opposed?
Nice hat.
Negatory. Motion passes.